Hello. Josh, cheers for the resub. 12 months. Been 1 year. Nice. Alright, let's forget about the rest of that. Countdown. We'll just go straight into it. There's our plane. Um, so I'm going to try a bit of a redemption flight from 2 weeks ago because it's been eating at me a little bit that it didn't go well. So we're gonna fix that. So there's Concorde. We're gonna get in and start doing some stuff. So loud. Right. Let's switch over to that. Sort out Joinafest first. Not Joinafest. What's this called? Atlanta. Cool. Right. Let's. Why do I feel like iTunes is much louder than Sim? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my levels all right because they're a bit screwy. 50 and 60 is fine. Maybe Discord needs to come down. That's what's really loud. I don't want that louder than the Sim, so that's fine. Cool. Right, let's start off, before we power the aircraft up, let's start off by putting the fuel in. Okay. Clear that. Alright. So the fuel last time, we used a lot of fuel trying to get to supersonic cruise. So I'm putting an extra 300 kilos of fuel in. Sorry, an extra 300 miles of fuel in to cover us. We've got 1,850 miles of fuel, so 53,000 kilos. I'm gonna load this the right way this time, because that's where we start. So we want tanks 5A and 7A, these two need to be full. Full and full. Right. Also, how do we change this to kilos? There we go. Tanks 1 to 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they all need to be full. 1, 2, 3, 4, all full. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5A, and 7A full. In 6 and 8, we want 6,400 kilos. So that's 6 and 8, 6,400 kilos. In 9, we want 7,590. 10, we want 4,050. And 11, we want 6,030. And that should give us 52,686. Close. That's 400 off what the planner says, but that's fine. We're okay with that. And that gives us a CG of 53, so we will not be glued to the runway. We're in the CG range for the takeoff. And then as soon as you start putting weight in the aircraft like this, it throws that so far off. That's still only 5%. If we put 5,000 kilos in there. That puts us in 500, in 51. Oh, oh, that's gonna be bad. 44, we don't want that. I just want some more weight in the aircraft. That put us on 51, okay. I don't want 51, I want this to be green. There we go, that's green, okay. With that, just double check that all my fuel tanks are right. Why does 4 and 1 have 400 kilos less than 2 and 3? I don't know. Anyway, we're on good Mac. It's a little bit forward. I really don't want to risk being stuck to the runway again. Okay, that's fine. Good. Let's go with that. So we're balanced. The fuel is right. We don't have a problem there. We have new checklists. Alright, over to the engineer panel. Ground power. SSB is closed. Batteries. On. Constant speed drives. That's those 4 switches up there. They need to be on, otherwise we lose power. Them generators in the up position. Please. I suppose that makes sense actually. That's why we why the engines weren't supplying power last time. EPU hydraulic. That's on norm. And EPU, which is this one, needs to go to auto. Okay, that's on, middle is auto. I'm guessing. Hydraulics, we are on yellow, yellow. If I switch this all the way around, I don't know. I mean, that's yellow, yellow as well, but I think if we leave it in there, it's yellow, yellow. On. Eventually I'll learn these checklists and not need them. Yellow pumps to auto. This is definitely more in depth than the last time we used this checklist. Brake hydraulic accumulator. I'm not sure where that actually is. Hydraulic management, which it should be there as well. I don't know. Ground hydraulic selector as required. I think they have to stay off anyway. Is that the brake hydraulic accumulator? I don't know. There's a pressure gauge there, but I don't know whether that's ground hydraulics or the brake hydraulic accumulator. It must be that because this is a brake test. Not above 1500, but turn them on. I don't see anything moving there. Hair bleed, engine bleeds, says on, but they say open. That's fine. Cross bleeds, also on. Interesting. I don't think the engines will start if... Oh no, that's these. Never mind. 7 Stream Street Pringles. Cheers for the support. Fuel heat exchange valves are... They are on auto, I believe. Yep. And packs if air source is available. Well, I don't know if there's ground air, so we're going to leave the packs off because we're going to need to leave them off for departure and for engine start anyway. Equipment cooling bay. I wonder how you do these. Checklists. All those on. Secondary air doors need to go to auto. Fuel heaters to auto. And control schedule to auto. Which one is that? That one. Sense. And that to flyover. And N4 limiter to 88%. Takeoff CG 54 or else norm. We're at 53 and 53.3, which is fine. Apparently these actually work now. Oh, look at that. Actually, what did it say? 54. Oh, shit. It was 51 because that's what we had in the thing. I don't know what the zero fuel weight is though. Do we have a zero fuel weight here somewhere? I don't think so. Oh, there we go. 89.8. Be great if these moved faster. Oh, Jesus. $142, $480. That's pretty close to the takeoff weight. Alright, so we are within limits. We're at the aft heavy, which is fine. That helps for the takeoff. 51 is the well, it's 50 now. Don't know how that happened, but that's fine. Alright, back to the checklist. Zero fuel weight set, zero fuel weight CG is set. Center of gravity within limits. It is. Lovely. Forward tank selector. So we need the forward tank selector to be within above the fuel contents in 9 and 10. So we've got 8,340. So we got 12,390. 12,400. Lovely. And tank 11 selector above what we've got in tank 11. What do we got? 4,050. So we got to put 4,100 on that. 4,100. Lovely. Engine feed pumps all on, which I think they are. They're all in the up position. Main tank pumps are all in the up position. They're all on. Transfer valves. That one and that one. Be open. Trim tank transfer valves, which are all of these, have to go to auto. Take that, that's fine. Transfer valve indicators all closed. Shut, shut. They're shut, shut, shut. Good. Trim tank pumps. All auto. Auto, auto. Auto, 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 and auto. Crossfeed valves all open. There's a chair in my way. Cool, that's that panel done. Have light. I don't know if up is on or down is on. I think down is on. That's a test switch. That doesn't really... Okay. VHF radios. Well, we're not using them, so that's fine. Transponder. We can just do what I always do, 2500 on there and set it to PA. And ADC. Again, I don't know whether up is on or down is on. I mean... Gotta be on, right? Okay. Now's the fun part. That, import from SimBrief. Come on. Now, the what's it called? Coordinates that SimBrief gave me last time, I didn't trust them. Because they were not correct. So ERTAT 4941 and 009.8 when Navigraph tells me different numbers. So I'm gonna put in what Navigraph shows me rather than what this tells me. So we've got our current position, which is fine. We want waypoint. Number 1. Insert. North. 49406. 49406. North. And east. 000948. Nope, that's a 5. Shit. Uh, 4, 9. I gotta start again. 406 east. That's not right. That's not right. Why? That's gonna throw us off. That's not right. Let's go with it. We'll see. Hopefully it's right. I don't know if it will be. That's not right either. No. I'm looking at two different things and it's confusing the shit out of me. 49557. Close. West. It's not. That's not right. 002 02 0. Let's see. What could go wrong? 4. What are we at for 4, Lizard? I think the rest of them are okay. I think. Insert north 49354. West 04198. Insert Lizard Osis is number 5. North 49004. West 007129. Mount Isa Orbex. Are they doing that? 6 Nilav. North 4500. West. Released yesterday? Oh, there you go. 013250. 013250. Lupov. Insert north 4200. 0. And west 015050. NC is number 8. North 39000. And west 020000. Correct. And number 9, which is Dokas. Insert north 37140 and west 0231. Nope. 023219. 023219. Insert. Alright, so that's 9 of them. Let's have a look. So that's current position. Or close enough to. I wonder if I can, hang on, if I can put in the where's the chart for coordinates? Stands. For takeoff minimums, restrictions, parking stands. Terminal 2. Parking stands coords. Alright, we're at Alpha 14, I think. 49001. 02338. Okay, fine. That's fine. Cool. Get rid of that. Oh no, I need that. Hang on. Come back. Double check these numbers. That's our starting point. ERTAT 494. Ooh. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Because that's the two numbers from 49406 and quad 098 is correct. Number 2 49557 000273. Lovely. 49595. That's this one, I believe. That's the coordinates from Navigraph, which is fine. For Lizard 49354 004198. Yes. 198, that's that one. 5 is Moses. 4900.4 007129. West, yes. 6 4500.0 and 013250 0 west, lovely. 7 is Lupov 42000 15050 north and west, lovely. 8 39000 and 02000 west. And number 9 Docas 4 north 37140 and west 023219. Okay, and Docas brings us to then where we then go onto a heading. Although I need to figure out which way we're landing for. Cool. Get rid of that. Give me my checklist back. Already did that. That doesn't actually need to do all that. We've done all that. FCU. Alright, we need not the runway ILS or localizer frequency, we need the frequency for Evro 124, which didn't work for me last time, I don't know why, but we'll give it another go. Alright, so this is now saying that we're up to engine start. Now I gotta remember how to do this without GSX fucking me out. I think I need to... How did I do it? I need them to connect. Before we start pushing back, I need to start the engine so we can get them connected. Oh, fuck. I was meant to say yes for that. Let me restart GSX. I thought it was asking about de-icing. Normal or on? I'm gonna guess normal is on.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Maybe not.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
I don't know why my audios seem all screwed up again. Alright, you connected GSX? Not yet.
Locking gear.
It'd be great if I could speak French. Beacon is in the right place. The strobe. Yeah, there's a pretty good mod for this plane. I mean, I don't know how to. It doesn't say how to put this onto ground power. It just says on or off. Okay, engine's 1 to 4, so yeah, that's fine. No, I wish I could speak French. My mum's French, but I don't speak the language, unfortunately. I didn't even see what runway I need. 27 left, so we are going to be needing to face... We're going off 26, not 27. We're going to need to be facing east. Right. Now, before we push back, we start engine. Engine to starter. We want that to start. No, that's 3. Well, we're starting number 3.
Release parking brakes.
Put the strobe when line up, not before start. No, that's the beacon. I suppose, yeah, probably should be the anti-collision. Hang on. No, I think that's right. It's this one that needs to go on strobe before. Because that's these lights. Actually showing that on as well. What's the strobe? I think it is the beacon and not anti-collision. Right, we have engine 2. That's done. Fuel for verify. EGT rising. N2 60%. Yes. N1 20%. Yes. Okay. Now, as long as we have the gens on, which they are, that's the hydraulics, not the gens. The gens are on, so we should be able to push back without losing power. Hopefully.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay. The engine's still running, so that's good. Go number 2. Alright, and then we follow the same steps for 1 and 4. Which I'm just gonna click all of these. And then we'll come back to that. We have starts. Before.
Set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
Is that showing 13 or 130?
Tow track disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
How long will the flight be? I think it's about 2.5 hours. Right. So, I need to be paying attention to our 1, 2, 3, and 4 tanks this time, unlike last time where I didn't, and we ended up running out of fuel. Because they need these valves should have been open. And I thought they were. Or is it these ones? Maybe it's these ones. That and that. Don't do that. 5 and 7. Hang on. Where's my well, opening ads. Where was that pulling fuel from? From up there? Okay, no, that's fine. For now. Alright. What are we up to? Packs. On pack flow verified. Sounds like it. Hydraulic pressure, 4,000 psi. Yep. Ground hydraulics, still off. Volt selector. It says generators, but it doesn't say... It it doesn't say what, it just says generators. Who knows what that means? Ground power, down position. Ground power's off, so pushback, done, nose visor 5 degrees. Let's go 5 degrees. Lovely. Flight controls, let's make sure that they're working. Up, down, left, right, and rudder, left and right and left, yes. Rim. Yeah, that's what I would assume, but it doesn't actually, it just shows an on-off switch. Trim set, brakes checked, taxi, port landing lights, these ones, I think. Anti-skid, well, again, it doesn't really, it's got a test switch. It doesn't say whether on or off. Guess we'll flick it to that. Turns the light off, so engines are all started. MWS extinguished. I don't see anything up there, and we've only got the steering one on there. And max turn speed 10 knots. Right. Go up to before takeoff. Now, the other thing is, how do I turn these lights off? They should have already been on as well. And there are more lights. Where are they? I don't remember how to dim these lights. Don't remember. Sounds like a black bell? Yeah, it does. Just behind the control column. I don't know. I had them last time, and now I can't remember where they were. Oh, these. There we go. Just need them dimmed a little bit. They're a little bit too bright. On over that side. There we go. Alright. Pedals. Give me a chart. Come on. Requires a fair bit of power to get it moving. I kind of, what's the time? I don't think that time is right. I set the time forward a bit, and it's gone and reset it back to early morning. I wanted it like 5 something. Let's go 5:56. Didn't want it to be the middle of the night. Graphics are insane. They're alright. country am I from? I'm from Australia. It's raining too. A little bit of weather in Paris this morning. Right, so we are gonna take a left on Tango. Probably would have gone Romeo, but we'll go with Tango. Then all the way down. I don't know why the let me have a look. If I go 11705, okay, that gives me a distance on there. Interesting. So it doesn't doesn't seem to like that doesn't seem to like the what's it called, distance on here. That's heading. It won't track the wave, the radio that we're trying to track, 1124. But that's alright, we can use the de Gaulle frequency and an outbound course. Right. We'll see if it switches across. If not, I'll just switch the INS like I did before. Zero now. That's alright. We'll do it like that. 1124. But that's okay. It'll be fine. We can use the Gaulle VOR. I know I gotta go about 53 miles. Alright, do we have, we don't have a taxi checklist, we got a takeoff checklist. Trim is fine, main landing lights, we'll come to that. Strobe lights, okay, we don't do those until we basically lining up. Lovely. we did all right up until takeoff. Up until takeoff, I was doing all right. It was the takeoff part that was an issue. But the aircraft is in trim. We're not overweight. We've got everything set, so we shouldn't have an issue with the takeoff part. But we'll see. Let's go all the way to the end. Who's the scenery made by? It's a bespoke scenery. Bring that back up. We want all the lights. Those are already on. Those are on. Go. Those ones. I don't know what those lights are. We'll turn them on. Transponder to TARA. And the reheats. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4, 3, 2, and 1. On. Alright. Everything's good to go. We're at the 321 now call out. Set the clock at 1. I think we go run on that. And that should give us an elapsed time. And then everything happens really fast. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. I'm looking for about 170 for rotate. Takeoff monitor. that's okay. We can use that. Left of the altimeter. This one. I believe it's like an angle of attack indicator. It's kind of the same as this, the vertical speed indicator. Beautiful. Bloody hell. Hell of a climb rate. Still surprised to see that the AOA went negative. Yeah, probably because when I set the pressure, the standard pressure, we were a little bit above the 10,000. So it brought it down to get back to it. That would be my fault. Alright, 32 miles. In 32 miles we switched to the INS and we let that take over. Aircraft climb. Let me in the volume a little bit. Isn't that beautiful? I love flying this plane. Sometimes it gives me the shits, but I really do love it. Where it starts getting fun. There's a lot to do. Right. We'll come to that. I need to get out into the channel first before I think about supersonic climb. We are 21 miles from Evro. Did you say you would set the IRS? INS, sorry, this thing. So currently we're tracking a VOR at Evro, and then we'll make a right turn to track the first waypoint on the INS. Yeah, very loud. I know. I can turn the volume down in the plane. It's still a little bit, but very loud plane. Yeah, no, INS. And hopefully it tracks the INS properly, because I had some trouble with the INS 2 weeks ago getting out of Paris. So we'll see if it tracks it. Bong. What's the bong? CG. Yep, we're gonna sort that out in a minute. If I switch this to rearward, it should sort the CG out, but if not, I'll take over and do it myself. Just get to this first. Alignment of the INS at start. Yeah. So as far as I know, it doesn't really do a proper alignment. When you switch it to nav, it automatically puts in the airport or the current location of the aircraft. So didn't really have to worry about that. I need to shift the fuel. What are we on? We're on a heading track anyway. So if I switch this. No? Oh. Oh, let's see. It looks like it's, I mean, it's turning now, so it looks like it's tracking, but this should come across. Let's see if it comes across. No, because the course disappears. It's not 74 miles away though, it's only 57. It's heading in the right direction anyway, so we'll let it do its thing. While it does that, let me sort out the fuel situation. Give me 6,000 back here. And let's see what 6,000 gets us. Am I qualified IRL? No. 5. It's coming back. 6,000 might give us too much. We want to keep it at 53, 54. Let me go 5,500. That should give us about 53 and a half. I kept going. Alright. Well, we're back in trim anyway, so... And this is not tracking that. Okay, 312, that takes us to Ertat. I might have to do a couple of these. We'll see, we'll see as we go. The 312, that takes us, it's not 59 miles away, it's not tracking the right thing. $49,406 is correct, but this one should be, it's not tracking the right east point. It's got 0, 0 degrees, 948 0, which is, it should be 0, 9 5. Although this is, it's the track's coming in now, so course on the left of the MCP. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. So unless it's on radio, it doesn't do anything. It stays on. But that's okay. It's coming across. We'll send it back onto INS. But this is what I'm looking at. This is our first point on the INS, but it's showing further than that. I don't know where, but it's not tracking the correct, because it should have been 57 miles from Evro to Ertat, or Etrat, but it's still showing 42 miles from there. But that's okay, because once I'm close to that, what I'll do, I'll go waypoint change and go 2 to 3. Or we'll track via the map until we're on track, and then I'll chuck it back onto the INS. This is what it does every time I fly out of Paris. I don't know why the coordinates just don't seem to be correct. Because yeah, we're definitely not 37 miles from making the turn. Unless it's tracking the next one. Because that is likely. But that's okay. It looks like that's what it is doing. It's tracking Anglo. It actually is doing that. I'm misunderstanding it. Yeah, so that's the Paris frequency. Alright. Chuck it on the INS. So now it's tracking Anglo, which is fine. It's tracking from 1 to 2. So it's tracking this. Yeah, 27.7. Perfect. Okay, we're good. 28 miles. What's, we need to be 60 k's from land. Not nanometer, nautical mile. 28 nautical miles is 51, 52 kilometers from land. We need to be at least 60. So we probably have to stay subsonic until about Ortak. No, we're back on the INS now. It's tracking the INS. Where are we flying? We are going... I'm redoing the flight that I tried to do 2 weeks ago. That I completely stuffed up. So I'm redoing that. So we're going to Santa Maria in the Azores. And depending how well the rest of this flight goes... So this flight, they flew from Paris to the Azores. And then from there, they flew on to Caracas in Venezuela. So depending how well this flight goes... and depending on time, might continue on to Caracas. But mostly it's, I need to redeem myself for the flight from 2 weeks ago. Alright, so we've been in the air 19 minutes. We've burned about 11,000 kilos of fuel. What are we looking at? Aft trim, which is fine. I'm going to switch that back to normal because I need these to feed into the engine feed tanks, because that's how I ran out of fuel last time. I wasn't monitoring the engine feeds. They ran dry, so the engines cut out. How much time did you spend on Concorde to fill that much at ease? I've done probably 5 or 6 Atlantic crossings. Heathrow to New York and back. Done about 5 or 6 of that. I've done 2 or 3 other flights in it. I'm pretty confident in my ability to fly this plane now. 2 miles, we should get a turn from 2 to 3 in a minute. There it is. Complete. We're tracking it properly. And we're going to start supersonic climb soon. Subsonic climb, we did that. That's fine. Tank 11 selector 10,500. Well, I put 5,500. Subsonic cruise CG 54.5. We're at 53.7, which is fine. That's pretty close. I think this is mostly checklist for like a specific flight though. Let's skip that. Those are fine. Reheats we'll have to, so we'll come to this in a minute. The Tank 11 we want at 50, no, sorry, we want at 10,500, which is the maximum, I think. 1,500. That can stay as it is. We're fine with the CG at the moment. So we just leave that as it is. This should be, what do we got left in there? 6 and 4, 10,690. 10,700. We don't really need to do that because we're pretty aft heavy at the moment anyway. What we will need to do is... Did I just pause it? No. Oh, goodness gracious. Conti, hello. I hope I didn't just pause it, did I? I think I did. Yep. My bad. Right. What we'll do, we got 48 miles to Ortac. Once we pass Ortac, we go 3 to 4. We'll start the supersonic climb. Just so that we're away from land and don't break anyone's windows. We should be able to push this speed up a little bit though. We can get it to Mach 0.95. We're at 8.8 at the moment. What do we have here? Conti? Conti, cheers for the raid. Welcome everyone. Just doing a little bit of Concord. I know it's only a DC Designs Concord, but it's the only one we have for MFS. And also it has a pretty nice enhancement mod on the TO. So it actually does alright. What are we at? 9.4. That's good. Good. 38 miles. Now, I did have a little bit of issue with the wind last time, and it took a lot of time to get to the supersonic cruise. Let's get this up to 45,000. 42. Let's go 42. I do wish the model was a little bit better, the texturing. But it does what it says on the tin, so... See if we can get it to 42,000 by Ortac. Then we can start the climb. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Because we already got, well, the trim's sitting at 54-ish. What are we at? 53.7. That's fine. We got 5,750. We probably will have to move fuel back as we go. That's supersonic cruise. I don't know why that's on the supersonic climb checklist. Anyway. As long as these tanks are still feeding into these, we're fine. How many tanks does it have? 11. So here's the diagram for the fuel tanks. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the engine feed tanks. They're the engines. The red 1, 2, 3, and 4 feed directly into each engine. And then all the others feed into the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So green is trim tanks. So we've currently got fuel at the front. If we need more trim at the back, we move fuel from 9 and 10 to 11. If we need more fuel, more trim at the front, we move from 11 back to 9. And then everything feeds into these red ones. So yeah, 11 tanks It's actually I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, and then 5A and 7A. So really 13 tanks. Alright, 5 miles to Ortak. Once we swing it around the corner, we're going to start the supersonic climb. So we want max climb and reheats. Check that you're configured to pass supersonic, because in reality, once you pass Mach 1, your CG will move backward. The inlet duct will change profile just before to enter the turbine, so accelerate the air and change the pressure going in. Yeah. Alright. Get that sound back on for the climb. Come on, we need to go up, not down. I don't think the max climb works very well. If I hit max climb, it seems to throw the nose down. Interesting. The first few times I flew it, the max climb worked, but now it doesn't seem to. It seems to when you hit max climb, it drops the nose. I put a little bit too far back. Yeah. I put too much fuel rear. Okay. No. I need, I think that. Is that right? Yes. Those need to feed 5A and 7A feeds. What's the difference between 363 and more on the left with the 410? I don't know. What's that? What? I don't know what you're talking about. On here? Don't know. Well, this is the fuel used down here. That's what you're talking about. Dinging at me because the trim is out. Moving fuel again. Moving from the front to the back. This is DC Designs? Yeah, it is. Is the speed climbing? 2.3. Wasn't it just on 124? When did they add SIVA? I want to say sometime last year. It was sometime last year, I think. The INS. haven't flown in ages. The old FMS was frustrating. Yeah. I mean, it's still here. You can still use it. It's basically an A320. Almost like an A320 flight plan. Yeah, I mean, for the flight, like if you don't know how to use an INS or you don't want to use the INS, you can use this. But, and I did the first few times before this had the INS, but now that it does, I'll use that. I reckon we've got some strong headwinds. Yes. Yeah, it's not exactly gaining any speed, it's actually dropping it, which is not helping. It's dropping here. It was on 123, and you can see it's coming down. Oh, we're 4,000 feet. We're going to stop at 55, and it should pick up a bit of speed. Problem is we have to get to 175 before we can cut the afterburners, and it's just chewing through fuel. I want to push fuel forward. almost... We're not gaining speed at all. We're just losing it. It's just bleeding off. Still. Oh, just losing speed. See, the intakes are not closed. I can go max cruise, but it's going to push the nose down. Who knows where it's going to descend to? Those on auto? Yes. Yeah, they did. It's gaining speed, but what altitude is it going to go to do that? I mean, ideally, I'd like it above 50,000. Wanted it for reheats, yeah, well. It is picking up speed, but just very slowly. This is what it did. I mean, it did this last week as well, the week before. It was very slow. It took a long time to get us to Mach 175. Hmm. Yeah, don't know. Yeah, it's usually pretty realistic. Well, yeah, we are sort of flying into a headwind. It is gaining speed now, but just very slowly. It's a good question. I'm not sure. Because that's the wind. 279, 70 knots. So we have got a fairly sturdy headwind. It looks like it's picking up speed now. Still a little bit slow, but... what I want to do is... Because these are almost empty. Very little in those. We're basically running off what's in these. And what's in the number 10 and number 11 tanks. I kind of want to keep fuel in 11 because we do need to move fuel forward for the landing. So when we need fuel in these, I'm going to push it from the number 10 tank. So what I might do is get up to 8,000 in 11. And then push the rest into those. And that gives us, goes on auto, that gives us fuel in, we're a little bit out of trim now. But we're still gaining speed, so... Fuel management, yeah, I do love the fuel management on the plane. The problem is, I did put extra fuel. I think I put an extra 5 tons or so before takeoff. So I'm hoping that we can get the speed up so that we can turn the reheats off because we're just burning through the fuel at the moment. damn wind doesn't help, though. I don't know if I should chuck the auto throttle on. I feel like I've seen this go to 103, 104 before. All I know is the fuel consumed. The other issue is I don't think that the doors, and this is the problem I think we're having, I don't think the doors are actually, the ramps are actually closed. Doesn't look like it. I can't really tell because it's dark. But if I had to guess, I'd say that's the issue, because sure, isn't this the intake area? Shouldn't they be closed? That's what I thought. They're supposed to start closing around 1.3, apparently. Yeah. So I don't know if they're actually I don't know if they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. Although we are gaining speed. It seems to be getting faster. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's fine. Sorry. The ramps are closed, which is fine. How they should be. The spill doors... the spill doors are closed. Well, what I'm not sure of is the ramps inside. Can't see them. It's gaining speed, just very slowly. I don't know that we're going to get much more than 50k though. I just need this number to come up to 175. Yeah, I moved the fuel back forward a little bit. Get it back into trim. But that's probably going to change as well. Because the trim is shifting backwards. As the speed comes up. But 58 should be fine. That's what the checklist said, 58.4. 58.5. So 58 is fine. I don't think it should be taking this long to get the speed up. Bloody hell. Also, sunrise would be nice. Been in the air for an hour. We've got about an hour to go. Yeah, we're getting there now. Speed's coming up nicely now. I just need to get that 175 to turn off the reheats. Climb rate was just too fast on the way up, needed to be shallower and pick up more speed. Yeah, that's where... So, max climb should push the engines to their maximum speed, which I'm sure I've seen the N2 come up to 104 before. Or N1, either one. But that's alright, it's picking up speed now. Just the thing that worries me, like, I sit here and I look at the fuel. We got, you know, 25.5 tons left. And I feel like it's not enough. And we're just chewing through it quicker with the reheats on. Yeah. Then 4. Then 5. Alright, let's take 1 and 4 off. And 2 and 3 off. And we should continue to gain speed now. Stressful. Very stressful. Alright. So now we're just purely feeding off the engine tanks. We got 7.5 in there. I might reduce this to 5. Nope. Stop. My bad. Now we're a little bit out of trim again. Stop touching things. Even a max climb is related to speed, not to constant rate of climb. Not sure that would be the reason. Watch something when you finish the flight. Yeah, definitely. So the thing is, the max climb, right? When you click max climb in this, instead of actually climbing, it drops the nose and starts descending. So, not sure why. Because you're not really climbing then, are you? Even that, look at that. 120 in each of those. 230 in each of those. Even just that little bit pushed the trim too far forward. Can't really do anything about it because can't move them from there back into there. That's right. Let it burn. These are the main ones that I need to keep an eye on. Cannot let these run dry. Not use max climb until the cruise. You would use it when you're in IAS accelerating toward Mach number. Resume normal climb. At least this is how you would do another aircraft, but there's Concords. Wow, yeah. I know, I mean, we can go, what I can do, I can put in the max cruise, But the problem with that is it'll do the same thing. It will start descending to try and get whatever speed I set. So if I put in the Mach hold at Mach 2, max cruise will descend to get to that speed. It fluctuates, so it won't just stay at one level. But again, it's the DC Designs Concorde. It's got an enhancement from the TO, but it doesn't mean that it's actually going to fly like the proper Concorde, you know. This is 50,000 the max ceiling. No, it can go up to 60. But I won't even try and get to 60. I'll try and get to 50, 52, 54. You know, low to mid 50s. Less than an hour, yeah. 45 minutes it says. So we'll start at about 250 miles. We'll start preparing for the descent. Okay, so all the tanks, apart from 11, everything's empty. Except 1, 2, 3, 4, and 11. We've got 5,750 and 11. We keep an eye on these. As long as we don't run low on these, then we don't need to push fuel from 11 to these. If we start running low, we'll push the fuel. But I need fuel in there because we need to bring we need to trim the aircraft still with the fuel. I'm just gonna mark all this off. Mark is climbing. Engine rating is on cruise. Actually, is it? Yes. CG we're monitoring, nose temperature we're monitoring. It was on 95 last time I checked, 110. As long as we didn't go above 127, we're fine. Altitude 50,000, Mach 1.8, Mach cruise, engage. Well, can you zoom again on the chart on the right? The chart on the engineer panel? The London area. Not great to see because my texture resolution is on medium. But yeah, that's I think that was one of the switches on the thing too, wasn't it? MWS. You live in London? Nice. Expensive place to live. 192, we're gonna get to 198, and then I gotta put into Mach hold. Don't know that it's gonna make it there. Right, what do we got? That's Nilav to Lupov. I think we don't need to put any more waypoints in, I don't think. So Lupov is 7, Lindsay's 8, Dokas is 9. Yeah, no, we're fine with the 9 waypoints. Despite being French? Well, I'm sure a lot of people do. Are we actually... We're like escaping the sunrise. I don't think we're going to cop a sunrise on this, which should be fun. I don't think I've ever landed this plane at night. I really stuffed up the trim now. But I can't move fuel further back, so... I don't think that's what I meant to do. I meant to do that. Oh well. Here now. We don't want any more inlet on that. Shut them off. Everything else... still good. We're feeding from the engine feeds. Oh, 195. Bloody wind. I'm gonna put some music on. Airspeed indicator's doing something wrong. Which one? This one? Was this yellow and black bar moving backward and forward? Because that's because of the wind. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's probably fine. I don't know if you would regard that anymore. You'd probably look at the Mach meter. I don't know that we're going to get any better than 196. Seems to have slowed down now. It's alright. We'll just monitor it. Um... And it's raining in Santa Maria. The weather's not great. 300-foot ceiling. Light showers, rain, and mist. Shit. And they're avoiding storms with our weather radar, yeah. Good point. I've gone the wrong way. I need 276. Cool. Gordon Murray, who controls in Boston TCO and Batsim, he said during the event it went from 10 miles to a half mile with vertical visibility of 1700 during the event tonight. Nice. So we got the weather showing 220 at 21 knots, so bit of a strong crosswind. 2.5 miles visibility, light showers, and fog or mist. Scattered at 100, broken 300, 17 degrees. So it's gonna be an interesting one with almost no visibility. The trim is so out now, and I can't really do anything to fix it. Oh, we might actually hit Mach 2. Where does it want the fuel for the transfer switch forward? So it wants everything in the front. Well, there's only 5,000 kilos left. The thing I'm slightly concerned about is, hey, look at that, we made Mach 2. We got 3,800 in the 2 and 3, and 3,400 in 1 and 4. This is the only thing I'm slightly concerned about. This is the other thing. When I've got Mach hold. When I chuck auto throttle on, watch it pull the engines back and we lose the speed and dip below Mach 2 straight away. Throttle pulls back, speed bleeds off. So I put into Mach hold because I wanted to hold Mach 2. Full hug. 46 months, bloody hell, Daniel. I put in Mach hold because I wanted to hold Mach 2. And as soon as you turn auto throttle on, it pulls the throttles back rather than just holding the speed there. So Tony, hello. Look at work. No worries. I'm doing well. How are you? First office day since before Christmas. Bloody hell. It trims out, but I can't really do anything about it. Like, if I move, I can't move anything further back. I probably fed the fuel too quickly into the. I should have left more fuel. Yeah, that's my bad. I stuffed that up. Yeah, but there's nothing left. So the only thing is, if I would, all I could possibly do is if I turn off the because the cross feeds are on. The only thing I could possibly do is turn the pumps off for tanks 2 and 3 and burn 1 and 4 instead for all 4 engines. But I don't know if I actually can do that. Because according to this, the fuel comes from 5 and 6 into 1 and 2, and 7 and 8 into 3 and 4. So I don't know if I can actually turn these off and then cross feed them. I mean, I'm sure you can. But I'm worried to turn the pumps off. I'm worried to turn these pumps off in case the engines decide to die then, because that would be a problem. Well, I might do it on the descent. Yeah. Yeah, so I would have to, because I need 2 and 3 to stay full. I would need to turn off the pumps for 1 and 4. And these are the cross feeds, so it should, in theory, should mean that all the engines pull from 1 and 4 to shift the weight back. But I'll wait till we start descending, because as we slow down, the CG will come forward again, and I'll need the fuel to be forward anyway. There's another one here too, of how the fuel moves. No, they're empty. So all the blue ones are empty. The only tanks that still have fuel are the red ones, and this number 11. All the blues are empty. Bloody clicked the wrong thing. Alright, we should be right. How far to top of descent? Probably about 150 miles. I mean, the checklist says top of descent at 180 miles, but I'll give it about 250 miles or 200. So probably about 200 miles to top of descent. Romeo, cheers for that. If you want to catch up later on the landing, it'll be on the VOD or it'll go up on YouTube tomorrow. So you can see whether I actually get into Santa Maria or if I stuff it up. I don't think there's going to be any fuel to transfer. I think all of this is going to have to go into these. Visibility down to 32 in Boston. According to Volanta, we got 21 minutes till arrival in Santa Maria. It was at 2500 before. It's come up to 3200. That's even better. Yeah, it has. 230, 19 knots, 3200 visibility. A little bit still of mist. Scattered at 400, so the ceilings come up a little bit as well. Might actually be a little bit better for us. Still 16 knot crosswind. $5,500 an hour. What about 450 miles to go? We should be all right. We used so much fuel in that climb with the reheats. It was just burning through it. All right. I think it'd be a good as time as any to quickly take a bathroom break. 2 hours 40 minutes into the stream. I'll be right back. We are definitely not going around. I need to. Figure out. Louis is in my Discord. And there he is. Just send a message to Louis and see if he's okay. I haven't seen him in the stream this week. Cool check. We're down below 2,000 in 1 and 4. 2400 in 2 and 3. Should be fine. Got about 90 miles till we start descending. Alright, so that's on out hold. We're going to descend to... I'm going to truck this down to 10,000. We made it back to Mark II. Just. Okay. So that's now 8 to 9. That's our last waypoint down there. Where's it going? Where is it going? Turning around somewhere. No, because it's trying to go back to 1. That's why. Three 7135 023215. That's not right. What's going on there? Don't know what's going on there. What it's tracking, I have no idea. We should have been on a. It should have been a roughly heading 242. That's why. Hang on, why are we on 9 to 1? We should have been 8 to 9. Yeah, there we go. Strange. Very strange. I don't know why it went, instead of 8 to 9, it went 9 to 1. Very strange. Okay, now it's grabbing the INS again. Oh man, I gotta do this landing in low visibility and in the dark. I don't know if I am going to continue to Caracas, to be honest. Maybe. We'll see. I'm kind of... I don't even know, like, what's the runway situation at Santa Maria? Obviously, it's big enough for a Concorde. So it's only 3,000 meters. The other VOR? No, I think I'm too far out. That was 1,500 miles. And what's the other one? On the plus side, we're in the middle of the ocean, so we can get to supersonic cruise a lot quicker. Alright, let's start the descent. Hello, plane, do we want to descend? I kind of want to descend. Don't want to descend? Yeah, we're going to chuck invert spec again then. Bong. Look, the CG's back in trim. I don't think he's there. Alright, so that's very slowly moving. Alright, once we hit Dokas, I want a heading of 276. We're going on heading mode after Dokas because I'm not putting any more waypoints in. The INS. Bang. Alright. We need to move the fuel forward again. So I need these open. Forgot to put it back into heading mode. Whoops, that's okay. We're good. All right, we're below. We're subsonic again. So I'm gonna. Bong every time the CG changes. 340, that should keep us around 9 3-ish. 9.2. And I gotta slow this descent rate. Because we don't want to be descending too quickly. Gives me about 2,500 feet per minute. Because we're going to be at 2,000 to capture the ILS. And I'm doing this at night. It's fun. So it's about 1,200 miles more, 1,300 miles more. Yeah, the fuel burn slowed down massively now. I don't know what this is tracking. Oh, it's tracking back to... Alright, so we've got a 154 approach speed. Watched the lift off on TV, but it was too early, so I got back to sleep. I think, well, doing alright so far. It's doing alright at the moment. I think that's the island there, because I can see some light. ILS to 1.8, yeah. I'm just trying to intercept the course that I had set before a little bit. But I probably don't need to all that much because I'll want to get onto the ILS at a certain angle. 1014 is our QNH. That's at 4,000 feet. I gotta remember to set that. I don't know if I did that last time, and that may have contributed to being too low on the approach. The 1014, we're at 1013, so. Lights. I left the seatbelt sign and everything on throughout the whole flight, so. There's 10,000. Okay, we have an ILS. What I need is to slow the aircraft down. We've got about 1,700 in the two outers and 2,000 in the inners, but we shouldn't run out of fuel this time. I want to move this fuel forward into number 9. But I want to make sure that it doesn't go into these. Balance it a little bit. Keep that trim in check. Alright. I'm gonna chuck that into can't do. So 2 and 3 can do in-flight reverse. I don't think I have any capacity to do that. Meanwhile, I'm trying to slow the aircraft down. And the only way I can do that is by controlling the descent rate. I reckon chucking the visor down will create a bit of a wall. Slow us down a bit. This should be interesting. I'm getting a little bit nervous now. Okay, this is the part where I'm nervous because look at this. So it's on the glide, but it's not on the localizer. And I'm wondering if that's because of the wind. And the problem being that I can't actually see the runway. Outran that sunrise, yeah we did. Massively. Shit. I'm so nervous. Is it an offset ILS? It may be. No. My VREF should be 154. I'm kind of scared to go anything lower than 174. Yeah, it's slowly correcting. 1300, I've got no visual. Oh yeah, there's the runway. Okay, we're good. The wind, though. Look how far off we are. Oh dear. That's a stall warning. Yeah, God, that was bad. That was bad. Where? Probably didn't help the angle that I was sitting at, eh? That was not good. But we made it. So, that's something. It was barely on the runway. And I'm pretty sure we put the left gear down first. But we made it. Which is more than I can say about last stream. So the next thing is that we have to turn around. There's no taxiway back. We have to go to the end, off the runway, do a loop, and come back on and taxi back. I'm not entirely pleased with the landing, but what can you do? How do we do for fuel? 1400 in 1 and 4 and 1800 in 2 and 3. Not bad. Hopefully in Caracas it'll be there. Like, yeah, I think I'm gonna scoot the time forward a little bit. Because yeah, we really outran the sunrise, hey. get performance numbers for the landing. So there's a little speed card here, but you can't read it because of my texture resolution. But in here, there's landing weights and speeds. My landing weight was 100, just about 100. So we should have had a 154. At 164, it was giving us a stall warning. Like, what are we at? Yeah, 97. So even less. We should have been at 152. It's really kind of difficult to taxi this thing. We've got about 7.5 tons left. Is that like a shutdown checklist for this? I can't see a... Oh, there we go. Mine there. Funny how much easier this plane is to taxi when it's empty than when it's full. When it's got fuel in it. I just stop a little bit back from the line because there's quite a long nose on this aircraft. Landing rate was 295. Just make sure that the on. People as well with you take it and miss the Concorde flight. You missed the first one. We're gonna continue on to Caracas now. Turn that off. Apparently this is not a stand that I should be on. Well... Wait, you reckon we could get services? Oh. Damn. Right. Get to, people can go explore a little bit, get a break, and I'm going to, the passengers I'm talking about, and we're just gonna make it out like we're here for a little while, and just scoot the time forward a little bit, because I don't want to do more flying at night. Now, everything's already set, so I don't think there's all that much that I need to do, apart from reload the fuel. Everything else should be pretty much set the way that it needs to be. So I don't know that we need to run the full checklist. Also don't know if they were supposed to be on. Probably. Yeah, that's the pressurization panel, so they probably should have been on. Oops. Right. We can, so 2 hours and about 2 hours, 16 minutes. That was. I don't know how to reset it. Oh, there we go. Cool. So there's plane. Right. The next one, we need 2,802 nautical miles. So I'm going to put 3,400, which gives us a fuel load of 84,000. So, can we reset all of these? And we want 0 fuel in all of that. So we want unusual. 5A, 7A need to be full, as usual. 5A and 7A full. 5, 6, and 8 we want full. 5, nope, that's 7. 6 and 8 we want full. So 5A, 7A, 5, 6, and 8. 5 tanks. In 7 we want 6,890. 6, 8, 90. 20, hello again. Here's for the raid earlier. 6, 8, 90 and 7. In 9 we want 75, 80. So we got hang on. Oh no, these all need to be full. That's right. We would have been woefully short of fuel if I didn't do that. That's alright. All of those. So 9 we want 7,580. 10 we want 8,190. And 11 we want 6,310. Which gives us 83126. Supposed to be 84. I chuck some more. What am I short? 864. And I chuck 864 in here. Let's call this oh, too much. Call this 8,500. Perfect. 84046. Alright, so we got 88% in the fuel. We're at 51 on the CG, which is good. That's perfect. This is going to be a heavy takeoff. And get rid of that. Alright, I'll run through the checklist quickly, but most of it should already be done because why is it, I'm going to say, why is it 48 now? Pre-flight. Ground power's on, SSB is closed. Batteries are on, constant speed drives. They should all be on. Yeah. Up is on. Generators connected. They are. EPU, a hydraulic, Normand, EPU to auto. They are, because they were still set. All of this is all still set. I didn't touch any of it. The only thing I should need to do is the fuel. What kind of graphics setup can you choose with your PC? I don't know what you mean. Turn the packs off. Yeah, that's right. We'll just click through all of these because they should all be where they were. Engine bleeds are on and the cross feeds are on. Fuel heat, exchange valves. Where's that? Oh, there. Should be on auto. They are. Packs on if air source available. We'll leave them off because we're going to need to keep them off for engine start. Equipment bay cooling fans, they're all on. All of this is all done. Secondary air doors are all auto. Fuel heaters are auto. Engine control schedule, flyover apparently. N1 limiter to 88%, and takeoff CG is 54, or else normal. It's at 53 and a half, and it's just outside limits. That's probably because I put extra fuel in 7. Did I actually put extra fuel in 7? No, I put in 9. That's why it's far forward.
Delgado Tower, Ryanair 1740, 71 miles west, inbound visual runway 30 approach.
Okay, there is no 30. Also, why are we got ATC?
QNH 1014. Cleared visual runway 30 approach.
That app. Can you play medium, high, or ultra? My settings are all mixed. They're all over the place. 53.5, it's fine for now, I guess. Let's set this. 0 fuel weight and 0 fuel weight CG. What do we got? Zero fuel weight is 89.8, and 0 fuel weight CG is 51, right? Which makes that worse. Right. So if that's the case, then I'm probably going to want to shove some fuel forward from here. Which completely disregards what the fuel loading thing said. So this should be 16.7. Oh, that's moving fuel back. 16.7. And this I want less. Okay. So that's balanced our trim. That's right in the middle, forward and aft. Work them back to auto. They're auto. Auto, auto. Yep. Yep. Cool. So that's all balanced. Center of gravity is within limits. They're all set. What do we got? We got 10, 18, 400 in there. And 4,000 in there. Lovely. Engine feed pumps are all on. Main tanks are all on. Transfers are open. Because we didn't touch them. 5 and 7A is on. Trim tank transfer valves. Let me get Volanta going. Cool. Trim tank, transfer valve, blah blah blah. That's all done. That's all fine. Yeah, Josh gave us a discount code. So anyone that, yeah, leg 1 went okay. The landing was a little bit rough, but it was in the dark and like 18 knots crosswind, so it was a little bit rough. Yeah, Josh gave us, so Saki, Zaid, and I all got discount codes for Impulse now. So if anyone wants to buy Impulse stuff, go to their website and you can use that code, Tank787, to get 10% off. Nav lights are on. ADS are exactly where they were before. Pitot heats are still on. Drain mask is still on. Auto ignition is, I think up is on. Or down is on? No, down is on. I think. Can't remember. Cabin fill trims all on. Anti-stall systems are still on. Instrument panel. We got to do the INS. Instrument panel. Altimeters are set. Landing gear is down. Anti-skid is on. Airspeed knob is set at 250. Takeoff monitor is armed. And a pedestal. We do not have... We do not have a nav aid for the departure. So we're basically straight to Inzu. Transponder's still set. ADCs are both on. Alright, let's do the INS. Yep, that's right. Cool. 0. Oh, position. Actually, don't know what the position is. Let's see. Can we get a chart with? No, we can't. Oh, yes, we can. There it is. We are at 2. So 3, 6, 5, 8, 4. It has got the number already. 0, 2, 5, 0, 9, 9. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do we put the first coordinate as 0 or 1? I think 0 is supposed to be your position, right? Three, 6, 1, 7, 6, and these should all be west, right? Yep. West. 027389. 027389. Oh. I'll go through these again. 4 is this one, 31. Oh, that's too many numbers. Oh, it's not. That's right. West, 04 000 5 1 2 5 all the zeros. West 5 3 zeros 6 7 Begab, north 11015, west 066218. Okay. So that's current position. 36584, 02510, 3, close enough. 1 is 36176, 02389, 027389, correct. 35 and 30, 33 and 035, 31 and 040, 25 and 050, 21 and 055, 18 and 057, 12520 063393, and 11015, 15 and 066218. Perfect. Go. Can I do waypoint change 0 to 1? Yes. That's probably what I didn't do before. Nordic Flyer, hello. That's what I didn't do before, and that's why it didn't find from... Yeah, okay. That's fine. I get that. Right. Minus, yeah, that's fine. It's done. Done. Can I just, like, mark this whole checklist? Apparently not. FCU, auto throttle, we'll put it into IS acquire on 250. Flight directors can go on. VNAV, takeoff runway, ILS localizer set. It still is 1132, I think it was. The course of 178 should be. Oh, 1103. Why is it doing that? This is a standby nav. Why is the course 182? Course should be 178. Anyway, we're not using that. Autopilot altitude 50,000, flying Mach 2, 32 if subsonic. We're going to go to 10. We can probably chuck it straight up to 32, to be honest, or 35. Doesn't stop me at 10,000 then. Engine start. Right, we don't need pushback because we can taxi straight out. So let's go and get the second part of this flight underway. Beacon on. Debo, that, I don't even know what that is. But we'll flick them off or on. I would think that up in normal would be on. But possibly not. Debo, right, cool. Pause that. The packs are off. Those engines were alright. Number 2. We started number 3 earlier. This says start engine 2. I suppose we could do that. Chuck all those on. Go number 2. Those poor GSX vehicles back there. Their own fault. They shouldn't be there. Never heard that before. Into 60 and 120. Cool. Go number 2, number 3. Watching the N2. Bing. N2 20%. Fuel flow. EGT rising. We'll just mark all of this done because it's basically the same throughout all 4 engine starts. Not even basically, it is the same. I've never heard it doing that before. Start pump. 60, 20. Cool. Let's go number 1. Goodness gracious. Alright, cool. So that's tracking Ginzu, 126 miles to the west. Goodness, great balls of fire. Bong. What are you bonging at? Hydraulics. What about them? I didn't touch them. How do we have a speed reading? Wind. Lovely. I don't know if both of these need to be on. It doesn't say anything about these. Perhaps I've been killing my passengers every time I fly this plane. Right, engines are running. Let's double check the checklist. Packs are on, pack flow is right. Hydraulic pressure, nothing's changed, so they're all fine. Ground power can be put to the off position, which doesn't really do anything. Pushback we don't need. Or taxi, flight controls. Look, up, down, left, right rudder, left rudder, everything's moving. Trim. Brakes checked. They're on. Taxi and landing, that's those two can go on. The burrito's ready. Oh, I could go burrito. Let's get engines all started, MWS, all extinguished. I think that's what this is, the MWS. Max turn speed 10 knots, and that is pre-flight. Right, up to before takeoff. The weather's just I can't tell if that's fog or if it's raining. Cool. Are we ready? I'm ready. Also don't remember if down is on or off. Down is on. How'd the first flight go? We made it. Somewhat. Really hard to taxi in this aircraft. Hard to see. I don't know if I would endorse anyone getting the aircraft. I don't know if I'd endorse the aircraft. I enjoy it, but it's got a lot of quirks. I don't know if I would. It's so loud. I don't know if I would advise anyone to buy it. Just know that it's got a lot of problems, a lot of quirks. There is a enhancement on the TO that helps with a lot of things. Like even just that, the trim, bicycle bell on the trim, doesn't have that. The enhancement puts that in. I am slightly concerned about the length of the runway here. It's only 3 kilometers. What does this do? What does this mean? And I still fucked up the lineup. Still not on the runway straight. Cool. All of this is done, so we're up to this now. Which we don't need to really worry about. We'll just click through it after I get in the air. Oh my god, it's so loud. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Oh, hang on. 3, 2, 1, now. Runway is not long enough. Uppies. Jesus. That's a stick shaker. Uppies. Fuck. I did say I was concerned about the runway. Say it. The runway's only 3,000 meters. That's what I said. I was concerned about the runway. it's interesting. It is on IS acquire and IS hold, but it's just not showing the button pressed. Was indeed not long enough. Perhaps what I should have done is throttle forward, hold the brakes, wait a second or two. Well, also, I just realized that this aircraft's very loud. So loud that if I don't turn the volume down, you probably can't hear me. We should be able to push straight into supersonic climb because we're not near anything. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Maybe I'm starting the supersonic climb too late. We'll wait till 30,000 at least. Because I don't want to chuck the reheats on at 20,000 and then, you know, wait till 30. Bong. What are you bonging at? Gotta move fuel backwards. Alright, so we want... This is gonna move way too much if I do 10,000. Let's do 7. See, this doesn't work. No, that's pushing fuel out. That's not what I want. Nah, 7's gonna be way too much. Even 5 looks like it's gonna be too much. Yeah, no, that pushes us straight out of trim. Where the hell are you pushing fuel to? No, already on auto. Auto, right. We got rear trim. We're at 30. Let's push that to 400. And that should push us over Mark 1. Interesting, we've stopped gaining speed. Max climb and it throws it into a descent. There goes the sound. Alright, now we're climbing. If we can get it to 52. Seems to be doing much better this time than it did last flight, I would say. It is gaining speed a lot quicker than the last flight. And we got almost a direct headwind. There's a click spot here, but I'm scared to click it. Oh, I'll get through that. Okay. Yep. I think it's still gorgeous. Yeah, it is. It's still a beautiful plane. It's a shame that it doesn't fly anymore. Alright, let's go for 58.5. Hello, nephew child. I don't know which one it is, but one of the nephews. Okay, 4, 58.5. That's 58.6, but that's okay. Oldest, and I don't have favorites, William. I don't have favorite nephews. I have 3 nephews. I do not have a favorite. To go. All 3 of them. And in a month's time, I'll have a niece as well. Alright, I'm gonna chuck some music on again. I don't understand why it's gaining speed so much easier this time than it did on the last flight. It can't be because of wind, because the wind is stronger now than it was on the last one. The only thing I can think is maybe I did something wrong. Maybe not leaving the auto throttle on when I put into max climb, because it's still climbing at about 1400 feet per minute. Four favorite nephews and nieces, all of them on the same level. That's it. There's a guy flying Paris to St. Martin in an A330. He's got 4 hours and 43 minutes to go. We have 3 hours and 7 minutes to go at the moment. Alright, we're going to turn the reheats off in a minute. It did much better this time. Look at that. Speed is shooting up. 7-1. Alright, we'll turn off 1 and 4 first. Go, 1 and 4. And 2 and 3. Make sure that the speed keeps rising. It does. Lovely. Lovely. That climb went much better than the last flight. Beautiful. Alright, let's see if I can push it to... Let's see if we can get it to 58. It's doing alright with its speed. It's still climbing. It's still climbing about 900 feet per minute, so we'll see if we can get it up to 58. You can't even hear the bang. Hang on. Gonna create a bit of a disturbance in Martinique as we fly over there on the way in. The only island that we're going to be flying over. And I think we'll still be supersonic at that point. So it sucks for them. 195. I don't think we'll be getting to 58. We get to 50. According to the checklist, at 50 we mark hold at 198. I mean, we got to be at 198, which we're just about. Almost exactly spot on, actually. Look at that. 49.8. $49.9. $198 at 50,000. Perfect. Wonder if it's because it's trying to get to 55. Because it should auto-engage max cruise. Oh, there you go. Has. Lovely. The wind is hitting us pretty hard though. We've had a maximum cruise in Concord before about 1130. We're about 90 under that. Yeah, look at that. You won. Pretty spot on. It's still going. See how much we can push it. See if we can get to 58. There's 55. Alright, let's not go to 58. We'll go to 56. 201. I can't remember if I just leave the auto throttle as it is or if I have to click mark hold. I think I have to put in the mark hold. Because otherwise it'll just keep accelerating if it can. And I'll end up over speed. Well, there you go. 203. I'm gonna mark hold because I don't want it to go over. And mark hold should hold it around 203, 202. And that gives us 2 hours and 11 minutes to Caracas. So now we can sit and enjoy. Can you request a song? It depends what song. One of your favorite studio artists ever live? Not so much. I've never seen them live. I think my brother might have seen them live. The only thing I need to keep an eye on is the fuel now. Trim's fine. What we need to keep an eye on is when these 4 run dry. I also want those because these need to empty into those. That may bring our trim forward though. So we may need to push fuel back. As long as we stay above 58, but I don't know that we will with that. Not quite. Only seen videos in live, could watch, listen to the video for a minute and a half, or let's say it was fine until the singing started. It looks like it's pushing us a little bit out of trim, but we're still within the limits. Moment. Let it finish emptying. They're almost empty. 7. We'll still move fuel back. Alright, so 5 and 7 are empty. 5A, 7A are empty. We want this to come back, so let's, they're already open. Open them. We get this back to 58.5. Just to keep the aircraft in trim. So, leaves us 5,000 in there. $8,700 in there, and we're in trim. Good. Chuck them to auto. Lovely. All right. So we got about 2 hours on this flight. What I might do though, I might go and have dinner. I mean, I'll still be here obviously because I have to monitor the aircraft, but I might go get myself some dinner. Look at that. You can see the curvature of the Earth. Is Josh still going? Yeah, he is. Holy shit. 9.5 hours. Fuck. Looks like we have a bit of a crosswind. 42. No, not really. Head on. Right. I am gonna go grab some dinner quickly. I will be right back. I will be here. I'll just be off camera while I eat. Right back. Right, how are we doing? 203, holding steady on that. Lovely. Fuel. We're still in trim. We're still chewing through the fuel. We need to empty these ones first. So, for all intents and purposes, we are doing alright. Let me have a look at those intakes. The doors, yeah, okay. The doors have come down a bit. Like they probably could have been lower, but okay, that's fine. Alright, let's do that. Okay, I'm here, I'm just muted while I eat. Yep, that's right. As long as we're still in the air, we're winning. Right. I am, use a very big word, satiated. Concorde doing what it does best. Crossing an ocean. At Mark 2. Now is our fuel situation. Thank you. We got 4-8. Oh, these are all very unbalanced. 5, 6, 7, and 8. We've got a circular amount of fuel. All in the wrong balances. 5 and 6 on the left. 7 and 8 on the right. So we've got 9,100 on the right. And we've got... Oh, it's not that bad, actually. What's that? 7, 8, 8,100. So it's about 900 kilos difference. On an Australian product? Sure. And it doesn't end in might. My opinion on Vegemite is that it is delicious, and if people don't like it, that's their problem. Which product are you talking about? Is it Tim Tams? Bundaberg ginger beer. I don't like ginger beer. Never have. I know a lot of people that do enjoy it, but yeah, I've never been a fan of ginger beer. Never had either the English Mite or the Aussie Mite, so I have no idea what they are. I've never had the English one, Marmite, or whatever they have. I just went and bought a new jar of Vegemite yesterday because I ran out. But Bundaberg, they've got some good drinks actually. Not just the ginger beer. I enjoy these pineapple and coconut ones. They're really nice. They're all pretty good though. I think the only other ones that I've had is probably the blood orange one. But if those two are good, then I'm sure the rest are. Green Bean, hello. What do we got? We got about an hour and a half to go. So yeah, it's about a 2-hour flight then. Sorry, 3 hour. Shame the ginger beer one is the only one being imported to Finland. Yeah. Pineapple, coconut, pink grapefruit, blood orange sounds amazing. You could probably buy them. You could probably get them. I mean, Concorde did this route. Yeah, they did. Air France did from Paris to Santa Maria in the Azores, and then continued on to Caracas. So I thought, let's do something different, rather than just flying across the Atlantic again to New York. Yeah, there was a lemonade one as well. You sure there's not a there's not a website or something that that imports and sells those things over there? Because we have those. Surely that's a thing everywhere. And we got several websites like this where you can just get international foods. But like they do the imports and they bring them in and you just buy them from them. Probably, yeah. Eurofood wholesale. Ah, that's the one. France at Home. This is the one that I'm always looking at because I want. Because you can't get a good one here. If they even have them. Half the time they don't have them. Oh, they got them in cans now. Orangina. Hope everyone's ears are okay. Yeah. We'd already turned the sound down by then. But there's a up at the local shops here, there's a store that imports all those things, so I can actually get stuff like that. Just up at the shops there. I'm hoping that my landing into Caracas will be better than into Santa Maria. Do you have international shops, so they're all either for Arab countries or Asia? Oh, okay. It might might be surprised with Finnair starting flights to Melbourne. You might be able to get things a little bit cheaper then, with a direct connection from Helsinki to Melbourne. Wi-Fi shit here right now due high winds and rain. No, that's not good. Which one? I wouldn't make that noise though, would it? Be like silent, 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 bang. Ready? Crazy. Look for the weather CA 91387 and that's what it feels. Santa Clarita. Swoosh, bang, swoosh, yeah. I just love how it's silent. Ooh, 11 degrees, raining. Wind advisory, nice. Just wind noise. Ready? I love that. Every time we fly Concorde, it's the best thing. And look, the curvature of the Earth. Tried to fly it, but it was hard to. Yeah, it's a pretty big, even for how basic this even for how basic this actual aircraft is, this add-on, it's still a bit of a learning curve. But it's really satisfying when you get from point A to point B. It's really satisfying. Ooh, speed's up at 204 now. Hour and 26 minutes to go. 02580 Finland, if you're curious about weather situations. Is it snowing? Oh, -6. Nice. So, without giving away where I actually live, in this area where I live, roughly, I don't live in Liverpool, but in the area, it's 31 degrees, 57% humidity, and about 10 k's of wind. And that's at 6 p.m. Because I think it was supposed to get up to 37 today? Has been -15 and -24 for the past month. Nice. Last time I saw snow was 2007 when I was in Hungary. Actually, that's not true. I saw snow out west over the mountains a couple of years ago. Because it does snow here. Just only at high altitudes. Is the town that you live in with the area so big? Yeah, that's the same thing. I mean, Liverpool is the council area that my suburb is in, and it covers a big area. Heading to bed. All right, Dream Bean, have a good one. Councils for you are something similar to our villages, towns. Maybe, yeah. Because the way it works is there'll be like several suburbs, and then usually the biggest suburb in that area is the council. So, let me. So this is the Sydney all the councils in Sydney. So this is Liverpool here. And it covers all in this blue line. So quite a few suburbs. So it's not really like towns and villages because it's like huge areas like Wallandilly, which is this one. Like that's that whole area that it covers. So Liverpool, basically Liverpool's in the center there, big town, city there, and then all the little suburbs around it. This map is really terrible because it's very small. That didn't help. Yeah, a lot of towns and suburbs in Australia have names that the same as the UK. Because obviously we're colonized by them. So there's things like Cheltenham, you know, a lot of Cumberland, like things like that. There's a lot that are similar. Canterbury. And it's not towns and villages, it's a completely separate thing. Yeah. There's basically just the council, the whole point of the council is just to sort of it's a branch of government. So there's the federal government, which is all of Australia, state government, which covers each individual state, and then it goes down to the council level, which council basically deals with things like rubbish collection and, you know, mowing the lawn and stuff around parks. Like, that's council. Have London on the East Coast. I mean, I'm sure we've got a London as well. Yeah, yeah. Because it's like Australia was a colony, we have a lot of things just named after things in the UK. I want this flight to hurry up. I want to land because I want to land better than the last landing. An hour and 19 minutes remaining. That poor bloke that's flying to St. Martin, I overtook him ages ago. He's still got 3.5 hours to go. Poor bloke. St. Erin has mini cities. Yeah, we kind of something similar. Like, so we got in Sydney, where I am, we've got the main Sydney CBD. We've got, like, in North Sydney, there's some, like, big, what used to be towns. I guess they're still towns, but they're the size of cities themselves. Parramatta is huge. New Holland, Valencia is different areas in a main city. Yeah. Essentially that's what we have, the suburbs, basically. City in the States called Finland, Minnesota. Western Australia has a Denmark. See? Denmark, Western Australia. Oh, there's a Scottsdale, like in Arizona. Albany, like New York. You never know what they're up to, yeah. They got all that land, and who knows what they're doing. All right, Dream Bean, have a good one. Cheers for stopping by. Google told me there are 5 places in the world named Finland in 3 different countries. Well, there you go. Is that including the country or not? Apart from Finland itself. Well, there you go. You know what I didn't check? We slowed down a bit. No, we're still good. 107. Look how fast we're moving. Going a mile every 4 seconds. Sure, it is fun, and the fact it's made so easy by the internet is even better. I was interested in geography already back in early school days in the 90s. Started elementary school in 1990. Then it was all books and charts, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like playing GeoGuessr because you sort of get to explore the world without ever leaving your house. Alright, how's our fuel going? Because I'm paranoid about it. 2230, 1730, 3970. There's a big difference between 8 and the rest of these. Well, 8 is a big tank. So 8 and 6 should probably have the most. Very unbalanced though. But I don't know if I can move fuel. I don't think I can move fuel between these. All I can do is, if the cross feeds are all open, I can move fuel from these 2 to these 2 and these 2 to these 2. So the only way to balance that would be if I move fuel from this one into them, turn the pumps off on 5, and turn the pumps off on 7. But then this one's still going to be using... These two are still going to be burning more than this one does. But it's not like it's flying wobbly or anything, so it's probably fine. Probably fine. Alright. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry. Had to step away for a minute. I'm back now. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? How are we doing? Hour and 4 minutes remaining, apparently. 1,138 nautical miles. We are getting there. Don't, Ozgorilla. You'll make me blush. Still airborne, so still winning, yeah. Just keep an eye on our fuel so that we don't have another situation like last time. And what's the weather looking like in Caracas? Caracas. Ah, no wind. Cavo K, 25 degrees. Fucking beautiful. Maybe this time I'll land on the correct runway and not have to taxi across a ditch. No excuses. Remember that last time? I can't remember where I flew from. I landed in Caracas, I went to the wrong apron, and then decided to taxi across what I thought was flat grass, and it turned out there was a big drainage canal in it. Right, so we're gonna land on 28 right. What kind of approach have we got there? Ooh, actually it depends. There is only RNAVs on 28, so we've got 0 wind, so we could, you know what, we might be able to just give it a full send. Yeah, visual approach. I think we could do. So our final waypoint, Begab, is 45 miles from the airport. So there's plenty of time to get ourselves situated, and yeah, we'll give it a visual. I think. Don't really need the ILS. Not if it's Cavo K. Right, so our feed tanks, engine feed tanks are still all full because these are draining into these 4. It's only when those 4 start dwindling that we have to start looking at possibly moving some fuel from the trim tanks. So we've got 13,700 between 10 and 11, which we can probably move some more back. Let's move up to 9,500 to the back. Puts us back to 58.5. There we go. 58.9. Perfect. You at work, Zeta, or are you home? Mm-hmm. Surprisingly, the stream yesterday with the Star Wars, Lego Star Wars, none of the audio got muted. Surprisingly. Man, when is FS Labs going to bring their Concorde out? If ever that will be for 2024 or not 2020. Yeah. I I don't know what to say about FS Labs in 2020. Like, we saw a preview of, we saw a preview of it back in 2023 when it was released for P3D. But that's all we've had. I don't think there's been anything since. Really want to enjoy the FS Labs A321 Neo. I'm sure it's great, but my PC struggles, my VRAM spikes, and I go into exterior view to... Yeah. Another reason for me to not bother with it. That. Like, my VRAM in this thing at medium texture resolution is 13.2. There's no way I can, I can barely fly the A350. Hopefully Phoenix soon, yeah. Hopefully. Don't know about that, but we could always hope. 50 minutes, 916 miles to go. Oh, weird. So I wonder how did they actually get this plane off the ground in the Azores? Because I struggled. Oh, there you go. They used to stop there on the way to Rio as well. Did I land at the wrong airport? Surely not. No, definitely not. Every AI video is just a headache, and they're everywhere now. I think this is landing the opposite way, though. This is landing to the north. We need to take off, though. Oh. Why are they all Facebook videos? This is gonna be the same thing, isn't it? Why are they all Facebook videos? Hmm. What's the length of the runway at Heathrow or Paris? Probably much longer than 3,000 meters, right? Yeah, 26 right at Paris is 4,142 meters. How the hell do they take off there if it's only 3,000 meters? Especially if they were doing the same, sort of a similar route, going to Rio. That's even further. How the hell do they do that? No idea. Anyway, we got in the air, we just used the whole runway. This is, yeah, it is the DC Designs Concorde, yeah. How did we get the fuel in these tanks down so quickly just then? Last I looked, this one was on 3,800. How is it now on 890? It'd be really cool to have a sort of aviation caravel in Sim. Are we leaking fuel? I don't believe so. It doesn't look like this is draining any faster than it should be. That's strange. Alright, if I can avoid it, I'm gonna avoid moving this fuel from number 10. I'm gonna avoid moving that. I don't know if I can push it forward though. I don't think I can. Should be able to. Let's see. If I turn these pumps off and shut them, so that isolates the number 11 tank. If I open those and turn the pumps off and put these ones on, yes, okay, I can move that fuel forward. And that moved fast. Alright, let's shift another 1,000 back here. I'll do it slowly so I can control CG. It's interesting how the CG directly affects the speed. As I move that fuel forward, the speed dropped to 199. Alright. 10, 5. So that's full. Tank 11 is full. Ugh. Mm-hmm. 700 miles to go. So in about 500, we'll start looking at descending. So probably in about that far. Which I think is actually... Hang on, does that take us to... Oh, shut Navigraph. Good one, dickhead. No, okay. So basically at our next waypoint, we'll start looking at the descent. What are we on? 7 to 8. Burger Beast, hello. Why did it say first time chatter? Didn't you chat the other day? What plane's that? Concorde. Concorde typically required a minimum runway length of approximately 11,000 to 12,000 feet, 3.35 to 3.65 meters, kilometers, for fully loaded takeoffs. I think we weren't even fully loaded, but it still struggled. I'm bringing you love. Base 2, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the channel. And in a page, flight plan. Coming up to some islands, those poor bastards are going to get their windows blown out. Because I'm not going subsonic just to fly over one island. And from P3 to V5 Concorde is a flyable with decent designs, or they may. It's hit and miss. We haven't had any issues. The only issue I've had on this flight so far was that the runway was too short by a little bit. But for the most part, it's been flying pretty well this time. Sometimes it has a couple of little quirks that you have to be aware of and be able to handle quickly. Otherwise, it can end badly. Whenever I watch the plane, I'm just hoping I'd get a visit one of the museums where they're keeping the remaining ones intact. I've seen the one they kept at Heathrow tarmac, but I wasn't into planes back then. Also, seeing it from the window of another plane just doesn't compare to seeing it up close. Yeah, I mean, you're in Finland, so it's not like they're too far away. You could go visit one of the ones in Germany, I guess. But yeah, my closest one would be probably. And there's not really one close. It'd be either the one in New York or one of the ones in Europe. It's not really close at all. Bigger ones in the UK, yeah. Actually, isn't there one in Seattle? That's probably my closest, I guess. From Germany, yeah. I want to go there. It's on my list of places to go. Been in the air for 2 hours, 21 minutes. Valanta says 29 minutes remaining. Seen two of the Intrepid in New York and the Boeing Museum in Seattle. You can't sit on them, they're all blocked off. But you can... Yeah, that's good enough for me, though. I don't need to sit on one, I just want to be able to get up close to one. Because I think last time one came to Sydney, I was either too young or not even born yet. Ines working properly. Yeah, it does alright, actually. I mean, you don't enter your starting position. It seems to pull that automatically from wherever you are. Yeah. There's also, if you do have this, anyone that does get this Concorde, do yourself a favor, go to flightsim.to. That's not how you spell that. Go to flightsim.to and also get this. That link. It is an enhancement, and it makes a lot of this plane better than how it comes default. If I happen to head to Europe during our summer, let me know and I'll get us on board the Air Veteran DC-3 on a membership flight. Nice. Yeah, that enhancement mod makes it much better to fly. I saw one on De Gaulle on the early 2000s from another plane's window. I realized how small it is. Yeah, it's not massive. I know my grandmother is not a very tall woman. She's probably, I don't know, 5'7", 5'8" at the time. And even she said when she walked in, she had to duck when she walked into the plane. Like, look at the size of the windows, right? Compared to the seats. And how close the seats are. I mean, this probably isn't a great representation, but... very small. Small but mighty. Hmm. This is the times change. So I was what is your go-to flight simulator right now? The only one I have is 2024. 2024 is the only flight sim I have at the moment. I uninstalled 2020 in November last year after coming back from Melbourne. I wasn't using it anymore. I was doing most of my flights in 2024, so I uninstalled it, and I haven't had P3D or X-Plane for a good couple of years now. Oh, there's Martinique. Poor old Martinique is going to get a couple of sonic booms. But at least we're only flying over the northern part of the island. But try the newest X-Plane? No. Zaid has it though. So if you want to know anything about that, ask Zaid. Oscarilla there. Yeah, I just want to sim. Don't we all? DJ Nosh, cheers for the give sub to Zan. Yeah, I don't know. Colomata Concord, I heard that it's not so great. It's probably better than this, but I don't think it's. There was who was it? 104th Maverick used to fly it all the time, and I watched a couple of his streams. Ugh. It's flyable and use it for VATSIM. It's yeah. Look, if it can be used on VATSIM, then it's got to be good enough, right? I'd never fly this on VATSIM. $399 to go. It is demanding. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of which, how's our fuel going? let's top up the and then I have to fix up the CG. Cool. So the engine feed tanks are pretty much full. Almost. We're still in trim from moving that forward. These should be fine for the rest of the flight. So we leave the rest of the fuel in the trim tanks because we're going to need it for the descent and the landing. Speaking of which, we have about 150 miles till we start descent. Fuel in the trim tanks are just for CG, or we can burn them as well. They won't burn out of those tanks, but we can move them. So I can move fuel from 11 to 9 and 10. And then from 9 and 10 we can move them, and from 11 as well, we can move them into 5, 6, 7, and 8. And 5, 6, 7, 8 will move them into 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is the engine feeds. Like this. So to trim the aircraft, we can move them from the green tanks forward or back. And then from 11, 9, and 10, we can move them into 5 and 7. And then that'll distribute them into the feed tanks, which feed directly into the engines. So as long as we keep fuel in these 4, the engines have fuel. But yeah, we need to use 9, 10, and 11 to keep the trim in between these 2 flags. And that'll change with speed and altitude. So as the speed starts coming down during descent, the CG requirement will move forward. And then we'll have to move the fuel forward from the rear to get the balance back in. Otherwise, we end up unbalanced in the CG and big trouble. Right, so what we're going to do, probably about 150 miles once we cross number 8, which is what we're going to now. This one. Once we cross that and we're heading to that. Another probably 40 miles after that, and then we'll start descending. So we've got about 100 miles to cover descent. Blew the classic ones from Heathrow or Charles de Gaulle, but interesting to see other routes. Yeah, I've done Heathrow to New York several times. We've done New York to Heathrow once or twice, I think. Never did Paris. So I thought, let's do an Air France Concorde instead and go somewhere different. Paris is quite short on fuel when you're arriving JFK. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh yeah, probably would be a little bit. But yeah, haven't done that one. The one time I tried to, something with the INS didn't work, so I ended up giving up. But I think I know now what I did wrong with that. How the climb went in this flight? Yeah, it went perfect. We only used the reheats for maybe 20 minutes. It accelerated, no issues. Alright. That's our waypoint. So, nope, 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 no, 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 don't do that. It's going, instead of going 8 to 9, it's going 9 to 1. Interesting. It's like it skips 9 and goes back to 1. Using a stopwatch for reheat? No, I'm not. No, I didn't use it. Why is it going... Why did it did the same thing on the last flight? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Instead of going 8 to 9, it seems to go 9 to 1. And it didn't seem to like the waypoint change either. It just straight away goes 9 to 1. Why is this not right either? And now it skips 1 to 2. Okay. What if we put 2 as the previous? And 3 is the next. No, it skips it and goes back. Interesting. Hang on. What about 09, directed 9? Well, I think I've changed it now, haven't I? Why is 8 and 9 pretty much the same? Is that because I changed it? Alright, hang on, let me have a look. If I put them in 7 and... Oh shit, I gotta descend. Right. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do 10,000. I want 10,000 on there. That's already on. No, that's on cruise. Put on climb. And throttles to idle. Careful of mountains near Caracas, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, it's not, Right. Problem with letting it descend by itself is that it just holds the speed. And we need it to bleed off. New Skies! New Skies, hello, thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone. Caught us right at top of descent. We're going to go this way a little bit. And while I'm at it, check the fuel. I think we're good. Got about 3,200 at least in each of them. Also in the Concord today, GUI to LFPG. Where's GUI? No, it's probably not said like that, but... Dakar. Oh, yeah. We are heading into Caracas, Venezuela. Just what I have to keep an eye on is I don't know about because I missed my top of descent, so I don't know about actually slowing down and getting to the right speed. We might have to do a little bit of a wavy somewhere. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a wobbly here. We are overspeed. I am trying to slow down. What did I just have that as? 281. Alright. We're gonna turn this way. Because we're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to come around. Because I missed my top of descent. So struggling to slow down. Because there's no way that I'm getting down. The runway's around there. No way that I'd be getting down to that. Alright, let me turn that off. Get sounds back on. Yep, did that. How's our CG? Way forward. Way forward. Back, what did you miss? Still not, at least still winning, not hard parking, but stuff got in the way. That's okay. I missed my top of descent because we had a problem with the INS switching back to the very first waypoint. Waiting to pick up the airport VOR. Rear F plus 15. What am I looking at? We're looking at 112. 112. Where's my landing chart? Speed chart. 112. So 162. 15. So 100. Between 162 and 165. All at 173. The only problem is getting very close to the airport and still way too high. I did have that 1148, didn't I? Oh, we might be alright actually. Because we're at 5,700. Let's slow the descent rate and try and bleed off some speed. Still a little whiles out. Easier if controllers do it. Yeah, it would be. I don't know why it's not. Maybe because we're more than 50. We're more than 50 miles out, but it's still not picking up the not picking up the airport. Airport's somewhere there. Still not picking up the airport. not picked up the airport? Nothing. Why does it pick up that one? Nothing. I don't know. It's picking up one up in the mountains, or one. Yeah, up in the town, the city, but not the airport. Still pretty far out. I'm probably way too low for how far we are. But that's alright. Anyone along the coast can see a Concorde flying by at 2,000 feet. Trying to kill me? Auto throttle? Don't know why. It's just, I don't know. 1148 is the frequency. It's just not picking it up. Nothing. Don't run out of fuel? Nah, we've got plenty. We've got 2,700 and 3,000. They're doing fine. Just buzzing along at may as well just speed it up. AOA's nuts, yeah. That's a little bit better. I just don't know why it's not picking up. 'Cause that's the airport there. It'll be more than close enough to pick it up. This is a Long Island. I didn't think we were this low. We've been traveling about 2,000 feet all this way. Alright, am I forgetting anything? They're on climb. They're all on. We don't need those. Put that to approach. All of that's fine. We're still in trim. Don't think there's anything else I need to do back there. Oh, look, it picked it up finally. I'm a little bit concerned about speed. I can't see. Landing 28, right? Yes. See? I feel like BREF plus 15 is not enough. I did put it down. Cool. Right on the edge of the runway. Nice. 165. Oh. Takes me onto the other. Shit. Okay, I guess we're on the other runway then. Go for a victory lap. We don't talk about the Azores. Do an overhaul of the exterior, interior too. No, just the systems. I don't know. I feel like the speeds that card has. I feel like it's not giving me accurate numbers because at 109 or 110, whatever we're at, our VREF was 162. We went to 173 and we're still getting. Maybe I should have gone 177. A little bit too fast in the turn there. Right. Well, I'd call it successful. It still had a few little things here and there, but definitely a redemption from the week before. Unnaturally high off the ground compared to its size, yeah. Which is even funnier considering the cargo hold is underneath. So there's like one of these hatches and another one at the back, one at the front there, and this door at the back, the cargo holds. So they had to load them like underneath. They should be, but I've had the MFS and X-Plane don't actually fly nice at the start of VREF, and the FS Labs has done it nicely. So yeah, I think next time I'll definitely add either 15 or 20 VREF plus 15 or 20. Because I don't think it was enough, either of the ones we had today. Approaching the gate a little bit fast. Yeah, the previous one was bad. This was much better. Still wasn't great, but better than it was. Very often can't extra real world, but that doesn't mean the sim plane flies that way. Yeah, I think VREV, whatever it says on the card, plus 20, that's a good approach speed. Because I found these two way too low. To the point where I was getting check attitude and stall warnings. And that one and that one. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, cool. So that's gonna do it. Another good 7.5 hour stream. Bloody hell! Didn't think it was gonna be that long. We're gonna go and give a raid to Josh again. He's been streaming now for 12 hours, working on Darwin for MSFS. If you don't follow Impulse Simulations, give him a follow. Go raid Josh, and I may or may not see you tomorrow. Hopefully I do, but I also hope that I get some work, so who knows. For now, I'll talk to you later. See ya.